is the real thing. Fun to be kissed, fun to exist, to be fooled again. It's that old devil moon having his fling once more, selling me spring once more. I'm afraid love is king once more. Fun to be fooled, fun to pretend this little dream won't end.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting of the Carpinteria Water District to order. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Can the roll call, please, Bob? Here.
Here.
Here. Awesome. Good timing.
Here.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, public forum. Any person may address the board of directors on any matter within its jurisdiction which is not on the agenda.
Oh, I didn't see that. No, not CSA, just a regular, just for the regular meeting.
So, okay, thank you. Nothing. Then we go.
Mr. Carlton wanting to speak on the water district?
The water district or the groundwater? Okay.
Will Adler, you're wanting to discuss?
I'm ready.
Oh.
Go for it. Thank you.
You know, sorry.
Can you
Will
identify
Carlton.
yourself, please?
My name is Will Carlton, and I've come to a number of these meetings, and I want to tell you all and the staff as well that I really appreciate the work that you guys have done, and I'm amazed at the complexity but your effort has been really important for our community. So give yourself a pat on the back. However, I got this notice of public hearing in the mail, and I want to ask you folks, or Bob, who probably is the author, who is supposed to read this? What percent of our customers are engineers and can put together a complex set of information on 4 or 5 pages? I tried to read through it, and I was really disappointed, because you people need to sell how good you are and how hard you work and how difficult your task is, and not put something like this out to the public, who you want to be on your side and spend more money to help us have a better future in the water area. Example, I'm a typical household, 2 children and husband and wife. How much is it going to cost? How much more is it going to cost me? I'm a single parent with 2 children. How much more is it going to cost me? You've got 5 or 6 examples like that. Simple examples would really help sell this program. And instead, and at one time I wanted to be a PE, but I never made it. Instead, you're talking to people who are not really going to be able to read past page 1 or 2 and really don't understand it. So keep up the good work, but understand that I think your job is really to sell what we got here, a great organization, a hardworking staff, and a difficult task. But this isn't make it.
Thank you. Any of the board members want to respond to this? Bob, you want to say?
Well, yeah, thank you for the accolades, and then thank you for the criticism as well. Proposition 218 has certain requirements for noticing, and so we follow a process and we meet those requirements. We do, I know this is maybe not what you're looking for, but we do have a series of meetings leading up to the notice, and then we will have a meeting at the public hearing again to explain in detail, including examples of how much this will cost a typical family, a user, high user, low user, median user. That's I guess the best that we've been able to do. We also include all of those outreach information materials on the website, and we blast them out on social media. So we are actively trying to engage with the public to make sure that everybody understands it. And we're always open for someone to call our office and say, what does this mean to us,
I saw your letter in the Coastal View, and I thought that was a good start.
Thank you.
I just would add, we're just trying to keep the same level of simplicity as your Southern California Edison bill. So,
No, we're doing better than that. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bob.
One more thing. There is a bill calculator online where you can plug in your account number and you can see the difference in your bill. So there's a one-stop location where you can figure out what that will be.
Thank you, Bob. And we move on to item number 4A, minutes of the regular board meeting held on April 12, 2023.
Polly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Roberts?
yes.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 4B, disbursement report for February 16, 2023, March 15, 2023. Any questions?
I'll move for approval.
Polly seconds.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 4C, quarterly director reimbursements report, third quarter. Any questions?
I move to approve.
Polly seconds.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? And then roll call, please, Bob.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we move on to item number 5, unfinished business, none. Then I'm going to adjourn the meeting of the Carpinteria Water District and then re-adjourn for the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Okay, call the meeting to order. Item number 2, public forum. Any person may address the Board of Directors on any matter within its jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. Does anybody want to speak? Scott? Mr. Carlton? Okay. Then we on to item number 3, approval items. 3A, minutes of the meeting of the board held on April 12, 23.
Polly motions for approval.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Do we need a roll call, please?
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got 3B, disbursement report for February 16, 2023, March 15, 2023.
Polly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to make a point that I asked Bob about, because Errol Montgomery and Associates sounds like a legal firm, and it's not at all legal fees, it's groundwater mapping,
Yeah, modeling, right.
modeling.
Yeah.
How far do you suppose they're through that whole process for the final plan?
They're about 65 to 70% through.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So then we need a motion on that.
I move to approve or second? Where
I
are we?
think we got,
Sorry, we had a motion and a
Paul and
second.
Casey.
Discussion.
yes.
Roll
Oh, we
call,
vote.
please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 3C, quarterly director reimbursements report, third quarter. Any discussion?
Polly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Can we do roll call, please?
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 4, unfinished business, none. Then we got item number 5, new business, 5A, consider independent auditor's report and financial statements for the year 21-22, prepared by Bartlett, Pringle and Wolf. For action, Norma?
Yes, thank you, President Van Wingerden. We have Tracy Solomon, partner with Bartlett, Pringle and Wolf, who's joining us via Zoom. But before you get started, you'll notice that at your area you have a copy of Tracy's presentation in case you're not able to see it clearly on the screen, as well as updated financial statements from what was included in your packet. And on the financial statements, the only change is on the very last page to include additional text regarding the loans between the Water District and the CGSA, as well as an updated representation letter or letter of required communication that includes the addition of estimated for allocation of personnel costs. And so the most recent ones are the ones that are outside of your board packet. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Hi, thank you, Norma. Did you want me to share my screen, or did you guys have
You can
the
try.
slides
We're
up?
not sure it'll come very clear, but we have the slide deck on another projector here as well. I'll follow along.
Okay, great. So thanks for the introduction, Norma. I'm Tracy Solomon, and as mentioned, I'll be presenting the year-end June 30, 2022 financial statements. First, I will tell you a little bit about BPW. For those that are not familiar, we're a local CPA firm. We have been in business for 75 years. We're celebrating our 75th anniversary. We have a dedicated audit department that specializes with special districts, and so we work with a number of agencies in our community. Today, the presentation, I just have a quick overview. As mentioned, there's a couple of items that were received in your packet. First, I'll go over the required communication. That includes 2 letters that you received, both the letter of required communication and a letter of internal control matters. Then we'll look at the financial statements themselves, and within that, the auditor's report. So our opinion for the audit, and then I'll just go over a couple of financial statement highlights, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask those if there's anything I didn't cover. So first, I am going to look at the letter that you received. In about the middle in bold, it says our responsibilities with regard to the financial statements. It's just a reference to the actual letter. The screen here shows just some highlights from that letter, but that's the one that it's pulled from the document. So I'm just going to not go through everything in that letter, highlight a few items. We did not discuss with management any alternative treatments within generally accepted accounting principles. There were no new accounting standards that were adopted and reflected in your financial statements this year. We did not identify any significant unusual transactions or significant accounting policies in controversial or emerging areas, or that there was lack of authoritative guidance. We did not have any disagreements with management over the application of significant accounting principles, judgments used, the scope of the audit, or the financial statements, including the disclosures. And there was one estimate, as noted, that was added, so that's in the revised letter, and that is the allocation of personnel costs from the Carpinteria Valley Water District. So personnel expense is based on an estimated percentage of staff and the time allocated to the agency, and that's reflected in these financial statements. Going to the second letter that was included, the letter of internal control matters, there was only one item that was noted there, and again related to that allocation of costs. And so during our audit, we noted that the personnel cost is budgeted in total and reflected in your budget, and it's approved there. But the detail of how that's determined in the labor cost allocations was not, and we just recommended that the percentages and the estimates used to come up with that amount is formally documented and approved. So turning to the actual financial statements themselves, so the packet that you received, as mentioned, I'm just going to highlight a few items within that. On page 1 is our auditor's opinion. And we issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion, which is what you want. So that reflects the years ending June 30, 2022 and 2021. And in our opinion, in all material respects, the financial statements are in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. And we conduct our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States. And the audit is planned and performed to obtain reasonable, not absolute assurance. And we sample items and we do our procedures based on a test basis, looking at significant items throughout the year. And we don't design our audit procedures to uncover fraud, and they're not designed to give an opinion on the internal controls of the agency, and therefore we're not expressing an opinion over your internal controls. If we turn to page 9, the basic financial statements start, and that's your statement of net position. I have a highlight here of I'm going to turn to that. I have a highlight of that statement. Looking at the left side of this graph is total assets. The middle is total liabilities, and on the right is your total net position. The blue represents 2022, and the green is 2021 for comparison purposes. So on the left there, you see total assets are $75,000, and again, this is at June 30, 2022 compared to 2021. And so that decreased from prior year where assets were $143,000. Total liabilities in the middle were $416,000 compared to $324,000. And then your net position is on the right. And if you think of it as an equation, it's your assets minus your liabilities. And that's your net position. So you can see your assets decreased, your liabilities increased, which resulted in a negative net position that got larger in 2022 compared to 2021. So if we turn to the next slide, and again, looking at page 9 of the financial statements, this is the detail of your financial statements and that graph that we just looked at. The top is the assets, so that was the far left, and you can see that that's comprised of cash held with Union Bank, and an overall decrease of $68,000 from prior year. Moving to the middle section is your liabilities. Liabilities consist of both current liabilities and long-term liabilities. Your current liabilities were $144,000, and that was an increase of about $141,000 from prior year. You can see the new line item there is your current portion of your related party payable. So last year, everything was long-term. The district the agency intends to start paying that liability off in the next year. Within the next year, that payments will start, and so that current portion reflects that. The long-term liabilities is primarily comprised of that related party payable. And there's also an interest payable component related to that. So total long-term liabilities is $272,000, down from $320,000. And as mentioned, the decrease is due to a portion getting reclassed up to current. And then the bottom there is your net position. And as we saw in the graph, it's a negative $341,000. And that increased from prior year, $160,000. Prior year was $180,000. So your total net position at year end is $341,000. Moving on to the next page, and so we're looking at a snapshot from page 10 of your statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. At the top is your operating expenses. So again, in 2022, there was no revenues. The agency has not started generating revenues. So your statement starts with operating expense. Total operating expense was $150,000 compared to $173,000 in prior year. So a decrease of about $23,000. You can see the largest component of your operating expense is your general and administrative. That consists of your personnel costs that we talked about that's allocated, as well as professional services. This year there was a rate study, which makes up a portion of that increase. Moving down to the non-operating section, you have interest expense related to that related party payable that we saw. It was $10,000 approximately compared to just over $6,500 in the prior year, so an increase of about $3,500. So your total change in net position for 2022 was $160,000. We saw that when we looked at the net position in the prior page and on that graph before that. And so that change added to your prior year net position of 180 resulted in your total ending net position of $341,000 for the year end. Following these statements are footnotes. They remain pretty consistent from year to year. I don't have any slide to go over any specific footnotes, but I will note that note 3 has your related party transactions and it has your future payment schedule, and then subsequent events that Norma had mentioned change from prior year, and we just discussed the increase in the notes that you have with the Carpinteria Valley Water District that happened subsequent to year end that aren't reflected in these statements, as well as additional agreements for professional services. So if there's any questions or any items that I didn't cover that you would like me to cover, I'm happy to do so now.
No, we're good.
Okay, great.
So is the motion to accept the financial reports for the financial period?
Receive and file, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's a 2-year. Says
It compares fiscal 21 with 22, but it's really it's the audited financials for 22.
Correct.
got it.
I have a question. Would this be a time to ask a question about the general financial direction in general, or just the audit report?
Generally, we are just giving the presentation of the audit itself, and so we're looking at June 30, 2022. Kind of direction of the agency would be more for the management of the agency.
Yeah, it would be about management. I'm just kind of looking at the, if we have an item.
There might, we're going to present the budget under the 218.
Okay,
There might be
that would be the
questions
time to
where-
ask.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Sure, I'll move
Thanks
that
for
we
having me.
accept
So,
and
go ahead, Tracy.
I'll just make a motion that we receive and file the Groundwater Sustainability Agency's financial statements for the annual year period ending June 30th, 2022.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Do we need a roll call, please?
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes. Thank you,
Motion carries
Tracy.
5-0.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Then we move on to item number 5B. Consider approval of a Proposition 218, notice mailing for the year 23-24 GSA for action. Bob?
Yes, so just before I get started, there was an updated version of the 218 notice, and the change that was updated is in yellow. It's just some clarifying language on where interested parties can find the fee study that the rates are based on. So just a little bit of background. Last year, the GSA completed its first rate setting process. And in that effort, it was determined that, the most reasonable approach was an acreage-based approach on parcels overlying the basin. Through the process, we heard public comment that, it would be more fair if pumping were used as a basis for charging fees for the GSA operation. But we didn't have the information available to put a rate structure that was based on pumping available yet. So, but we did agree to come back this year, or try to come back this year with an attempt at coming up with a pumping fee-based or pumping-based fee. But unfortunately, we weren't able to complete a step that's very important in that process. Oops. So last year, as I said, we collected around $350,000. And interestingly enough, as we were watching the audited financials, and I thought, we didn't show any revenue. That's odd. But apparently, we received the revenue after the end of the fiscal year 22. So we updated the budget this year, and a couple of things changed. So in the green, you can see the 23-24. We actually projected forward 3 years, and we're not proposing to at the end of this process approve a 3-year budget. This is just simply for reference to kind of along your question, Director Johnson. This is where we see the budget kind of heading, and the things that will need to be covered with the budget. So as you can see, the total the total revenue. So last year we raised $350,000, and this year we're needing to raise $465,000. That's a jump of about $115,000, which is significant. There were a couple of reasons why that increase happened. So you can see here, comparing the last year's budget and this year's budget, the percentages are here on the right of increase and decrease. Total increase is about a 33% increase in revenues needed. We can see a big jump in personnel. That was part of that was the overhead charge was not being applied to to the personnel costs, and so that was corrected this year. So you can see the big jump there. And I'll go over those personnel allocations after this this budget. And additionally, we expected to have less meetings, so director's fees was $3,000 last year. Of course, we had meetings, I think we had 24 meetings last year, so obviously a lot more business than we were anticipating, and so we bumped that up to cover that many meetings this year. And administrative outreach has been a big component of the work that the GSA has been doing. And that's partly related to the fees and implementing a fee. You have to have a lot of outreach associated with that. That includes websites, articles, social media, and public meetings. So that did increase, and we did see a decrease in groundwater professional services. We've done less technical work with respect to things like, monitoring wells and analytics and that sort of thing. As Tracy mentioned, administrative professional services, that covers the audited financials, that covers rate studies, and so we did see that come in over budget, so we increased that. And then legal professional services as well came in quite a bit over budget, so we increased that. And then finally, water quality and testing. This is mostly inflationary, believe it or not, 150% increase. But we did add a few monitoring sites through the GSP process. And then interest expense was added because we do have a long-term loan with the water district as well as some short-term loans. So this captures that interest on a per annum basis. At, I think it's 3.5%. And then finally, as we've talked in the past, our attempt is to have the GSA repay all debt over a number of years. Actually, it'll be through 26 to pay off all the debt, the long-term debt, and then we also wanted to start building reserves, because one of the issues, of course, is when you get fees twice a year, you run out of cash pretty quickly because there's no reserves. So we're trying to build reserves about $50,000 per year. So the allocation, which will be part of the budget when we adopt it. Allocation of staff time. It's based on a fixed percentage. We review these annually to determine whether they're appropriate. And so this is based on, again, a 3-year projection, assuming these remain the same. We don't know whether they will. We're in sort of a development phase of the GSA. There may be a point at which much of this becomes routine and the percentages drop. So, as I said, kind of stepping back, in the fall of 2022 and early 2023, staff's been working on a pumping-based fee, essentially looking at all crops in the basin and all known wells and which wells those parcels serve, and trying to come up with a parcel-by-parcel fee based on estimated water need that is determined to be groundwater. The way we've done that, or the approach that we've used, is we've looked to see if those parcels are served by a meter. If they are, then we subtract that amount of water that's been delivered through the meter, apply it to the crops, and whatever's left over, we assume that's from that well that serves that parcel or parcels. The step that really needs to happen, though, is we need to send a letter to those parcel owners to make certain that we're understanding how the water is actually flowing to those various parcels. And so if, for example, someone's sharing water and we don't know it and it's coming from a different meter, that needs to be clarified and demonstrated by the parcel owner. And so we didn't want to, go forward with a pumping-based fee until we completed that step, and that's going to take a couple of months, and we'll continue to work on that, and certainly have the pumping fee basis model ready for the next fiscal year. So I already talked about this. So if we were to, just for information, have completed the pumping-based approach work, we estimate that this year, based on a 4,000 acre foot pumping, which could be high or low, we're not sure. It would be about $116 per acre foot of pumped water. And that would apply to the water district as well. And so if you are aware of the water district's projections, we're projecting to pump about 1,000 acre feet a year. And that would mean 116,000 that the district would be contributing to the GSA. Under the acreage-based approach, which we will default to this year, we still have about 7,091 acres that would qualify, I guess, for the fee, and of course 465,000 divided by 7,091 is about $66.60 per acre. That's up from a $48 per acre fee in 2023. And we're proposing to round it up to 68 because one of the things that we learned last year was during the process there are some appeals and exemptions, so we expect the acreage to decline slightly over the process. Although we did remove those who qualified for appeals or qualified to be appealed or excluded on an exclusion basis, we did pull those out of the original. I think it was 7,300 acres. So this is the 218 notice. The important thing that got changed was referencing and incorporating into this notice a fee study that Raftalis has been working on that explains the rationale and meets the requirements of 218. And so that will be posted on the website. So our schedule is we'll send this out to our mail house, and they'll start, putting it together as a mailer, and we'll go through the process of proofing it and all that. And then it will get mailed out, I believe, May 5th, yeah. May 5th, and hit the mailboxes maybe 3 or 4 days after that. And so we'll have the fee study up on the website by then so that anyone who wants to go and understand exactly how the fee was calculated, they can. As you can see in Table 1, last year's was $48 an acre. This year, $68 an acre. It's fairly simple. If you have a 1 acre parcel, you're going to see $34 on each monthly installment of your property tax bill. So what we're hoping to get from the board tonight is for you to authorize staff to send the enclosed draft notice, 218 notice, to all affected parcels.
Okay, we have one person in the audience that wants to speak on this item. If we have Scott speak first, and then we can have the board follow up on that.
Thank you. Scott Vanderkar. My wife joins me this evening. She's been wondering where I've been for several nights for the last several months, so she's here to see for herself. I am, of course, disappointed to see this process go forward with this being the temporary solution, but now a more costly solution to the problem of financing. But also with Bob's explanation, we are definitely headed in the right direction. My main point of speaking right now is that it was not until yesterday evening's advisory committee meeting that the fee topic was even discussed. So there was no input from the advisory committee. I think that's important to know, both just because of the agenda items and how they were presented, but also to be on the record that the advisory committee did not have influence or approve this in any way. And just finally, in the spirit of working as closely with the district and with the groundwater agency, and to try to give as much information with regard to private wells and their impact or perhaps even not impact on the basin. I do have two fairly complete well reports that I'm going to give to Bob. He can pass them on to David O'Rourke, who is working off of some assumptions with regard to especially wells around the periphery of the basin, and I think these might be helpful, at least in the east end. So I'll pass these on to Bob right now.
Thanks, Scott.
I had a couple of
Polly,
comments.
go ahead.
Actually, I was going to piggyback off of what Scott had said, but before he said it, but a couple of things, and I don't want to talk about last night because I know we'll get to it at some point, but I think it's also important to note that the reserves, at least what you mentioned last night, were also necessary when we moved to pumping, which we are moving in that direction. We just fell too much short this time, Scott, that in the wet years, pumping will go down. And so we're going to need a way to cover that. And then I thought it was also interesting, you kind of touched on it, because I didn't really realize this until last night. There are some entities that simply said we're not paying. Okay. I just thought that was important.
So public entities, we really can't,
But they were public entities. I did want to say it, but since you did.
So, but the district is not a public entity then, or no?
Well, what Bob was saying last night, I didn't know it, and I don't want to specify, was that there were some entities that said they would not pay, and they were public, right?
We can cover some of the report, because I'd be interested to hear if they're local public agencies or not
I'm
local.
not saying because he's not saying, so I don't know.
So there were some appeals from local public agencies, but there were some state agencies that just didn't pay.
Yeah.
So who were the local agencies that appealed?
I can't name them all. There were several. So
Get back to us on that.
Yeah,
but state too. I just thought that was
Right, but
incredible.
is that in California, is that reasonable, or we just, the property owners are special and?
Yeah, there were certain requirements under the appeal ordinance that you had to meet, and so some of the public agencies met those, filed appeal, just like any citizen can, if they meet the requirements.
Okay. Any questions?
Stay tuned.
So, sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I have 3 main points. Number one is the expenses. Let's not talk about how we're billing or anything, but the operating expenses have, this last hike is 33% increase. And you went through item by item with explanation, and one of the big ones is being the reserve, $50,000 a year, which leads me to my next question, is, and right now we're in the mode, we got a late start, everyone knows that. We've got to get the plan into the state so they can approve it, and then we'll have a plan for our GSA, and that's a whole point of the GSA being formed, is to create this groundwater management plan. And then it may be, from that point on, we don't know what the function of the GSA will actually be, because we have the groundwater management plan that we need to get into the state, or the state will come in and say, okay, we're going to tell you what to do with your groundwater. And, we don't want that. So my question to you is, right now we're getting through the ramp up, a lot of the technical, the modeling, outreach to the public, a lot of the permitting and paperwork. Do you have any expectations, with this 34% increase, how this may look in the future? I know we've got three years, but that's a lot of that is still paying off the loan. And isn't our deadline to get this plan into the state the end of 2023? But
Yes.
then we have other steps we have to take. So what do you think? What have you looked into? I would hope it would really taper off, but.
Yeah, one of the big pieces of this is the debt repayment, remembering that we started in 2020, formed the agency in 2020, and had activities through 2022 that were all supported by loans from CVWD. So that's a big chunk of money that is being repaid, and it comes in, I think around 140,000 and per year for the next 3 years. But once that goes away, then we would expect it to drop, by that much. And as far as the GSP, I'll remind you that is funded wholly by the grant. So it's not part of these revenues. These revenues are simply to support the GSA, the function as an agency. Agencies have to have staff. They have to have
Operating costs, right?
Exactly,
And what they have to
professional
do, what they have to
services,
accomplish. Yes.
So in terms of future expenditures, I think the goal is to move forward with implementing the GSP, and the cost of that would be the same as we're doing now, which would be we will try to acquire funding from the state as much as possible to implement those things. But in some cases, there may not be funds available, and so we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yeah, no. Yep, that's true. So basically, the bottom line is what you're saying is, yeah, we have a lot of ramp up, a lot of permit costs, a lot of those kind of costs, but those are covered by the grant for the most part. And so now we're talking about implementing. Okay. And the second part of my question was regarding the acreage, the total revised acreage. We exempted 281 acres. So what is the total acreage between the two main classes of customers, M&I and agriculture? How much agriculture, how much?
We weren't able to get that together by this meeting, so I apologize for that, but we will have that. But in Ventura County, I think it's around 600 acres, which is all agriculture. And in Santa Barbara County, it's around 6,000, which I don't have the breakdown between the two, but it's probably close to 50% ag, 50% M&I.
Okay, yeah, look forward to seeing those, those figures, and I think that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Casey?
Thank you.
Just one kind of quick question on the, so we come up with 66.60, I think, and then we go to 67, and then we just bump it up $1 for good
Yeah,
measure?
and so as I said, one of the things that we've learned is not everybody pays. Or we get these appeals, or we get some that just, Caltrans is not going to pay. And so we increase it by a little bit just to cover. So I think it's $1 more, so it's about $7,000 in additional revenue.
I just want to make one more point through the chair, and Ms. Solomon had mentioned it too, in sort of formalizing the time management and the allocation of staff. That can get tricky the first year. When you guys are trying to figure out exactly what the time percentages are, that's tough anyway when those of us have to do it on a regular basis. So that can take some time to sort out. And I can understand why she would want that a little bit more formalized, but given that this is the second year.
Yeah, and we'll come back again if if we continue to use that method, we'll come back again and we'll review it through the budget process every
Get
year.
very
Yep.
complex.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else? We're all set? Then can we have a motion on,
I'll make a motion to approve the Prop 218.
Authorize staff to send.
I'll second.
okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
Did I say it wrong?
No, you got it. It's draft notice 218, right?
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the motion would be to authorize staff to send the 218 letter to affected parcels.
Approve and distribute.
Okay, then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb, Director Johnson,
Aye.
Director Roberts,
Aye.
Director Balch,
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item. Go ahead, Scott.
This situation with regard to agencies, state agencies not participating, is that only in this interim period when the fee is based on land? Do you see that not being the case when it's actually based on volume consumption?
Yeah, so it wouldn't qualify for, if it's through an appeal process, wouldn't qualify for an appeal if they have active pumping. And if it were a state agency that's just doesn't typically pay property taxes, then I don't believe there are any of those agencies that actually have pumping. So I think it might be a moot point. If Caltrans were to put a well on.
Well, I'm thinking of them as being a customer of the district. Would you give them a reduced bill for the water they use through the meter because they're a state agency? I mean, it adds this wrinkle that kind of you don't plan on with trying to fund this thing. That hasn't been the case in the past with, the district does not send out reduced bills to, let's say, state agencies because they're a state agency and so they would be charged just as much as anybody else in their category.
Yes.
And that would be the hope in this case with regard to the groundwater. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think what the wrinkle is that state agencies don't pay property tax, and so they don't actually get a property bill. And so we list it in our collection, but there's no mechanism for them to for us to actually go and collect it.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
It's an interesting question because I think of the sanitary district fees, which are collected as a part of your property taxes, and certainly the state parks has access to the sanitary sewer system. I wonder if they excuse themselves from those fees. So that's something to
It's a good question.
ask the sanitary district about, but I know the city pays sewer fees. I would assume the school district does.
So don't get any ideas, okay?
Not my department.
No, I understand. A good question, Scott. Thank you. Then we move on to, sorry, did we do a roll call?
Yes, we did.
Then we move on to item number 5C, consider resolution number 025, director compensation for action. Bob?
Yeah, I think I'm going to hand this over to Norma, but this is kind of a similar to what we adopted at the CVWD board a couple of months ago.
Yes, that's exactly right. Somewhat of a housekeeping item. We were increased the fee for the water district directors and doing the same for the CGSA. So it's currently set at $100 per meeting, and this is states that it would go up to $110, which is the same as the water district, effective May 1st.
Okay, any questions for Norma? Can we have a motion then, please?
I'll make a motion. It's still the lowest in the region, I might add.
Oh, by a huge
I know. I just felt I had to add that.
Yes.
I'll second.
Anyway, I make a motion.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we go on to item number 6, Executive Director Report. Bob, on 6A is the CSPAC meeting, April 25, 2023.
Yes, thank you. So this was yesterday. We've had a series of night meetings this week, so I'm losing track of time. But most of the discussion actually was, most of the time was spent on discussions with items that we call parking lot items, and those parking lot items are simply items that come up at previous meetings, questions that we want to address, and we put them in a metaphoric parking lot until we can get to them. And the two that were brought up were, one was, what's the minimum, or what's a reasonable amount of work that we need to be doing on the GSP and on Sigma in general, versus, this is one item, and then we didn't spend as much time on that one. The other item is Sigma an opportunity to kind of reset the groundwater conditions in Carpinteria and really take advantage of some things that maybe haven't been thought of in the context of just regular water management. And we had an interesting discussion. There was a lot of passion in the room last night, and I think it was good in that we could kind of go in areas where we don't normally, as a technical team, certainly we don't normally go there. We have a goal in mind. We're trying to produce a plan that meets the requirements of the law. We're not really thinking kind of, well, what if sort of, and so some of the discussion talked about, things like de-lining some of the creeks that exist in Carpinteria that are concrete lined. And that's nothing new. We've talked about that, and we've done some studying on that. But, what if that were part of the long-term planning for Sigma and the GSP? How would that look, and what would it give us? And I don't know the answer to that. I mean, we have some modeling that's been done in the past in 2012 that approached that question and came up with, I think, on average, 200 acre feet a year of additional recharge. And that's not, 200 acre feet per year is not going to change anyone's life or even the groundwater conditions during drought. And so, but one of the things that we were, that I tried to communicate and that we were able to discuss was, there are a number of projects that not only the GSA will be doing, but the Water District is involved in, including CAP, which is a groundwater, indirect potable reuse project, will affect the groundwater basin. We've in 2019 drilled a Sentinel well, and we'll be drilling more wells in the future, hopefully grant funded, in which we can get a better understanding of the groundwater basin and how it responds to various inputs and outputs. And so our hope is, and we're also working with neighboring agencies, Casitas and Montecito, to see if there's any projects that can benefit both agencies in the way of groundwater basin. Because truthfully, our big asset in our groundwater basin is available storage. And a lot of agencies are interested in available storage, and so there may be projects out there that will benefit both the groundwater basin and other agencies. So that was largely the discussion. We also covered kind of wrapping up the sustainable management criteria, which are the metrics by which you determine sustainability. So, for example, for seawater intrusion, which is one of the indicators for health of the basin, we developed a concentration contour, isocontour that will basically be a line in the sand whereby we take action when that line is crossed. I think we're we're fairly certain that's the direction we're going to go in the plan. We've had some discussion. I think it's a reasonable approach. It's set at chloride level of 250, which is the drinking water MCL. It runs pretty close to the north edge of the 101 freeway, the line, and so that's kind of where we're saying this is the area where we don't want to see concentrations of groundwater go above 250 parts per million chloride. And so that's one. Water levels in various wells. So we select a bunch of wells in the basin, and we look at what's a reasonable level to trigger action. And we're still working on that one. After last night's meeting, we're not certain on that one. We're going to go back and relook at some other approaches. So we had thought we had gotten to a wrap, but with advisory committees, you find out that no, that's probably not as reasonable as the technical team expected. So we're going to go back on that one.
Well, Bob, I thought Scott gave a great example on the wells last night when he was talking about the one well connected to, I don't know if it was Carp Creek or whatever, a creek, Rincon Creek, and his activity goes up and down with the activity of the creek and the rain coming down. And so just asking a question out loud, is that well activity that is fluctuating to the creek, is that kind of data helpful to the basin? That was an excellent excellent
and I
point,
think
so.
one of the outcomes of discussions with Scott and looking at the wells in that area of Rincon Creek is we determined that it really doesn't represent the basin, and so we have a monitoring well that's further away from that location that is more representative. So,
Okay.
but one of the things that we talked about in the context of what would be considered sustainable, we started as a technical group saying, well, in 2018 the water levels hit a low, and so we've been here. We're at 2018. We're now coming back up. Is that a reasonable low level for us to take action, or maybe even 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 feet below that? And in the head of a geologist, we're thinking. Well, I'm not a geologist, but they're thinking in terms of 100-year periods or 200-year periods where these things happen, and really there's not that much that changes over that period of time. Everything changes in short periods of time, but the water will recover. And so as long as there weren't any negative outcomes during 2018, it's reasonable to say that we could continue to allow that to happen. But there was a counterpoint in the discussion last night that that's not an aspirational thing that we want to think about. And so we're going back to the board, or we're going back to the technical committee to discuss it and try to find out if there's a better way to structure the SMC on water levels. And then we did, as Scott said, we did just go over the rates quickly. A lot of questions about a lot of things in these GSPAC meetings, and 2 hours is really not even enough time to discuss all the things that we are trying to cover. But we did fit in the rate proposal and didn't have much time to discuss it, but we wanted to have at least a presentation for the GSPAC, and we can discuss it again. And just in response to Scott's earlier comment that this is the first time that they heard about the rates, there's this 218 process is set up so that there's this 45-day period where the public can review and develop their opinion on the approach, and then at the end of that, at the end of the 45 days. They can come and submit a protest ballot if they wish and they don't think it's appropriate. And so that's really, we do have about 2 months between now and the protest hearing. And we will be discussing it, I think, again at the at the GSPAC meeting.
But it was at the end of the night, and so I think going forward, and these are things that we wanted the committee's, kind of thoughts on, and we'll talk about it later, but maybe make sure we start at time, number one. Number two, I get why the parking lot issues were up there in the beginning, but it leads to an hour of brainstorming when you need to get into the items that we really need their feedback on. So I still say it's a fantastic group, that the brain trust is unbelievable, and it's been a neat group. So
I agree. Okay, that's all I have to
You're
report on
done?
that.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Then hereby I'm going to adjourn the meeting of the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency, and then I'll re-adjourn the regular meeting of the Carpinteria Valley Water District. Item number 7, new business. 7A, reaffirming adoption of Resolution 1141 for a local hazard mitigation plan for action. Bob?
Yeah, this is, we presented this last board meeting, and in the board packet, or the board agenda language, it didn't specifically say adopt Resolution 1141, so we wanted to be belts and suspenders and make sure that that action was taken and printed in an agenda, and so this is really sort of a reaffirmation of the adoption of that.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 1141.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 7B, consider drought recovery from recent winter storms and a revision of the Carpinteria Valley Water District drought stage from stage 3 to stage 1. For information, Bob?
Yeah, and so we've been talking about this for a couple of months, and of course, you're all aware that it rained this winter quite a bit, and so things have changed drastically from last year. As a reminder, I believe it was in October of 2022, the district moved into a stage 3 drought emergency. At that point, water supplies were critically low. We had a 0 allocation at Kachuma and a 5% allocation at the State Water Project. And so things looked very bleak, and we were going into the winter with the La Nina. So, that was at the tail end of 10 years of drought. That drought caused stress on the groundwater basin, both from private pumpers and the district, relying heavily on the groundwater basin. As a result, the storage declined over that period significantly. But, as I said, this winter we had significant rainfall and all across California, and it affected all surface water supplies that the district relies on, as well as it did help recharge the basin slightly. Just as a note, groundwater basins recharge at a different rate than surface water reservoirs. As you can imagine, it takes much longer for water to percolate into groundwater basins. We'll have to, time will tell whether this rain will have significant impacts on the storage depletion in the groundwater basin. As I said, Lake Kachuma completely recovered this winter, and recovered meaning spilled, and so we were granted from a 0 allocation in October of 2022, was upgraded to a 100% allocation, which gives us 2813. However, we did lose some carryover storage of about 2,400. So we're coming out about even, but again, we're halfway through the water year, and we still have a full 2813 allocation. State water allocation was announced a couple of days ago. It was increased to 100%, which hasn't happened in many years. I think maybe once in my 25 years here have I seen 100% allocation, so quite significant. And so that's an indicator that the state water system at least has recovered by 100% from the last several years of drought. Rainfall in Santa Barbara County, you can see, comes in most of the time below average. You can see these red bars here over this period, and every so often we'll get a heavy rainfall and goes over the average, and you can see these green lines. I can say significantly that the 10-year drought started in 2012, where we had a number, 5 very dry years, and then we had a above average year in 2017, and then a dry year in 2018, and then above average in 2019. But then we went right back into a pretty critical drought, with 2021 being a very, very dry year. But here we are at 173% of rainfall nearing the end of the winter for 2023. And so that's had a significant effect on water resources in Santa Barbara County. Again, as I said, Lake Cachuma hasn't spilled in 10 years because of that drought pattern, but this year it did spill in February. So this is over the 10-year period, the allocation for State Water Project, and you can see that there were some critically dry years, in particular for the statewide supplies. These last previous 3 years to this year have been very, very low. Again, it has been upgraded to 100% for 2023. Groundwater, as I said, over the period of drought has been greatly impacted, and you can see the decline over the time, well below sea level, which is not a condition that we prefer to be in, although we have seen historically that this is a condition that the basin has been in the past, where during a drought it's dropped below sea level. Similarly, these wells show the same pattern. There is an uptick here. You can see as the winter passed through, and some of these have recovered to some degree, but not back up to pre-drought levels, which was above sea level. This is our 5-year outlook, and so with the 100% allocation, we reevaluate it, and there's no anticipated shortages. Here's the available. No anticipated shortages for the next 5 years. That's based on surface water supplies and an assumed 1,000 acre-foot per year groundwater extraction. And that also assumes Cachuma will be 100% until 2026, and whereby we'll start taking cuts. It's assuming the worst condition, where we go right back into drought in the next year.
Assuming 100%
for Cachuma, for the next this year, and then the next 2 years, we assume 100%, and then we assume the first year, I believe it's a 20% cutback, and then a 0% in 27. Well, it's a full reservoir, so we looked back at 2013 to see what happened in those years, where we went, for a number of years of drought, and it was 2 years after a spill that we had 100%.
Could I ask you a question, or a little more clarification about the carryover for Cachuma?
Yes.
Because it's spilled, and I think we have 2 different kinds of carryover or something, or how does that work, especially with this chart?
Yeah, right now we have zero carryover because it all spilled. So typically, when we are allocated water for a year, if we don't use all of that water and we reach October 1, it becomes carryover water, and it's subject to spill. So typically spills occur somewhere between January and March, and so we try to use that carryover water up as before we get to February. In this year's case, the storms came so quickly. In fact, I think it was 2 storms that caused the spill, that we couldn't use the water quickly enough. So we're still in drought operations, and we're assuming that we needed to conserve that water. Unfortunately, rain came in, 2 storms, filled up the reservoir, it spilled, so we lost it. So I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, what does that carryover balance come from?
So in this, so what we do is we add up the available supplies, and then we subtract the loss, and we subtract the demand. And so what's left over is the carryover. We take it back up to the next year. We add it to the supply, so you can see that 2880 is added to 2813 because we get a new 2813 allocation here. And then we start over and we do the same.
I see, Okay, and the article, what is it called? Article 91? Article 21 water?
Oh, yeah, that's a state water project.
Some was available, and I think CCWA said a total of 90 acre feet was spoken for.
Yeah, that's the challenge with Article 21 water is during a spill at San Luis Reservoir, you can take a share of, up to a share of the water that's being spilled for free at no charge, doesn't go against your allocation. However, you have to deliver it at the time, in real time, and so if there's no demand, it's difficult to take that
Or
water.
if Kachuma is spilling, you could take it and pay to transfer it, and then...
Well, if Kachuma's spilling, then you wouldn't be able to get it to the south coast because it would go into Kachuma and then spill.
Yeah,
So
I
there's no direct route. You have to move the water through Lake Kachuma. And if Lake Kachuma is spilling, state water is one of the first waters that is accounted for as a loss.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a question on the chart. The 440, is that like a 5% allocation, like moving forward from the state water?
So one of the things we participate in is called ID1 exchange, which is we deliver a certain amount of water to Santa Ynez Irrigation District or Improvement District 1, and they credit us their Kachuma allocation. So they're below the lake, so it saves us the pump from below the dam up into the lake, which is actually pretty expensive. And so we always take advantage of that amount, and typically it's been around 440 acre feet. So this really signals our way of taking state water with a lower cost.
Thank you.
So, as I stated earlier, our proposal is to move to stage 1, and that would be tonight. And then we'll revisit this in March of 2024, or earlier if you would like, and see if we need to revise it again. So to do that, we'll want to adopt ordinance 23-1, which calls for the revision from a stage 3 to a stage 1 drought condition. It calls for continued conservation of as much as 10%. It calls for the recension of ordinance 2022-1, which was moved us into a stage 3 drought condition with various water use restrictions. And then it also, 23-1, calls for voluntary efficient water use practices to be implemented by water users in the CVWD service area. So staff recommends at the close of the public hearing, which will come next on the agenda, that the board adopt ordinance 23-1, moving CVWD into a stage 1 drought.
Okay, so then we'll move on to item number 7C, public hearing on drought ordinance 23-1. So I hereby open up the public hearing. Is there any public comments on this one, Lisa, or nothing? Anybody in the audience? This is your chance, Con. Anyhow, so if there's nothing in the, no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. Then how about the directors, Polly? Any comments?
No, just what I said before. It's I'm supporting it, and I know that we'll just make sure that the community knows still to be diligent of the situation that we're in. We all need a break.
Yeah? Good. Shirley? I would like to make one comment just in our messaging to all our customers that the groundwater basin is not recovering as fast as we'd like, and I think we need to really let everybody know that, and we're all part of that solution also. So anyhow, if there's no more discussion, then I need a motion, please.
I move to adopt ordinance 23-1 for drought 1 stage drought, stage one for drought.
Polly seconds.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Can we have the roll call, please?
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
So that covers D.
Thank you.
And then we move on to number 8, Director Reports. 8A, COM Operations Committee, April 21, 2023. Paul?
Thank you. So we talked about amending, having a fourth amendment to the infrastructure improvement plan, and the reason for this was that we would no longer need the barge that was in there, and so this would make a decrease of about 1.6 million, and we'll be discussing that on May 12th when we have our budget workshop. We also talked about the Lillingston valve being on hold because they needed to find a new location. I'm kind of looking at you because I don't know if anything's new since then. And then Joel talked about just, again, the monumental work that we all know that was done to fix the Category 1 in the past several weeks, but also depending on the planning, that they still had 3 blow-offs that still needed to be replaced next year, and that we would be meeting with Carpinteria to determine if and how to go forward as we do that. Also, we're moving from this was always on a 5-year plan, but we would do it annually, and what they've decided to do is to go back to doing it every 5 years so that the directors would know what was coming up. So at least at the time, we had the fixes, finishing the work down here at about 550,000 on the COM side. I don't know if that is still the case. And then moving on to the board meeting, we had a third quarter financial review done by Edward. Everything is on track or below, so that was good. We are working with FEMA and Cal OES on the storm repairs, which is about 1.5 million. We're not sure if FEMA will cover the work that we do in the stream, given the damage there, but we're hoping that they do. Cal OES appears to be supportive. We're not sure about FEMA. Whatever they end up covering, their COMS portion would be 6%, so it's pretty good. We're just waiting to see if the fish passages would qualify. One of the staff gave a really neat presentation to the North America Lake Management Society on steps that COM has taken since we began all of the work in water quality monitoring and the tiered approach that we have, starting with the cheapest and then going up to the most expensive, depending on what is determined. And so we've come a long way in the past 4 years when we started to take this on. So that was a really interesting presentation. It dovetails into the contract that we approved amending with the Geosyntec for the water quality management study. This is in the tune of $25,628 because of the fact that these storms this year produced so much sediment that more work needs to be done to determine next steps in phase 2 of the water quality management study. On the general manager report, Janet said that she got good feedback from the MUs on the budget draft so far, and that speaking of surplus and things like that, at least Bob, from what we were told, the surplus is not over. We were told at the operations meeting that the surplus was winding down, and we're told now that the surplus is not over. There's 2,700 acre feet of free water. The main gates have been closed on the spill, and releases are going down through the outlet works. However, the streams are still moving. And the lake, at least at the time of the meeting, was 753.36. And the notion was if it goes up to 754, will they reopen those gates? Do you have any update on that?
No, we had an MU meeting where we all sort of were kind of like, who knows what the Bureau is actually wanting us to do
Okay.
in terms
Well, anyway,
of the accounting.
the water's still moving into the lake. Ortega Reservoir was drained and cleaned, and Montecito is working with a contractor on the seal fixes. Let's see. The Oak Tree inventory continues with 34 new trees planted. I've asked for a discussion in the upcoming meeting on exactly what sunsetting the oak tree program means between now and 2025. In other words, what steps do we need to take to wind down the program but still be in compliance? And that concludes my report.
And that's both of them, Polly? That's both on the April 21st and April 24th?
Yeah, so the ops meeting, the ops one was just approving the amendment because we don't need the barge, and the board meeting I just gave.
Okay, thank you. Then we move on to item number 9, General Manager's Report. 9A, Engineering Report, Bob?
I don't have anything to report. I'll answer any questions on this. We are continuing to gain a little bit of steam with ion water. There's a chart in here if you have any questions on that. So little by little, I think we're at 420 customers now that have signed up, so about 10%.
Actually, I'd like to share something. Some of our meters were using water at night, so ion water notified us that we had a problem, and guess what? We found the problem.
Wow.
with this.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, I think get the word out to all our customers that, well,
And we have a console where where we see leaks as well, and we'll reach out to the customers and let them know.
so you watch out for the customer then. You'll let
We
them
do
know.
we do a periodic review of leaks, meaning probably weekly, where we'll reach out to customers if it's over a certain amount of flow.
Right, no, it definitely works. Appreciate that.
Oh, I'd like to say one thing is, thank you very much for this engineering report. I thought it was done very well, this report, and concise, and it's really helpful to look at.
Are you at operations report yet?
No, I'll hit the, if there's no other questions on that, I'll hit the.
And operations
intent to serve.
Okay, I have a question on the operations report.
Yeah,
We'll
so
get
we
to
move
that.
on to item number 9B, Bob.
Yeah, so in your packet, there are the number of letters that are issued in April, and looks like 5 letters. And there are no new requests currently.
4 ADUs in 1 month.
Yeah.
Is that a
Yes.
record?
Yeah, I know.
I think a lot of them are catching up now because
Yeah.
they've been kind of stuck in the process.
I think it's good for the city.
Okay, so then we move on to item number 9C, operations report, Bob.
I wanted to ask about the black mold.
Yeah, so we had a incident where one of the roof drains plugged up and the water migrated into the walls in our telephone room, which is, it's an equipment room. There aren't people in the room, and so when we discovered it, we had to get some mold remediation done there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it, unless you have any other questions on the operations report.
No. So then we move on to item number 9D, water supply and drought planning.
Okay, well, I'll try to make this quick here. This is on. So this is kind of a summary of the available water. Again, actually, this is a summary of water use in the last 12 months, and so you can see we've used about 1,500 of Kachuma and 1,487 of groundwater. That will start to ramp down. Groundwater start to ramp down. And then, of course, 749 represents some of our supplemental water that we purchased and moved into the service area prior to the rainfall that occurred in the winter period here. You can see the demand, of course, drops off. It typically will drop off in November, but it significantly dropped off as the rainfall came. So available water supply, as I said, we had 2,400 in the reservoir, but it was lost. So we were granted the 2813 from the new from the 2023 allocation. So that remains protected from spill, and so it will remain until we start until the surplus is over and we start using that. We won't see this go down. State water project, again, these numbers have changed so rapidly that we're kind of not keeping up with them. But I think we have a total of 2,200 now because it's 100% allocation. So, again, this is out of date because we prepared it last week and it was updated to 100%, the state water project. Oh, well, here we go. She slipped this in there. This is a picture of San Luis Reservoir. You can kind of see, dry and refilled. So it was quite low. You can see the arms, actually even the streams. This is not typically a stream-fed reservoir. It's a storage reservoir for the state water project. Water comes down the state water project and is pumped into this forebay and then into the lake. And so what happens as everybody's been, using water and no water is being pumped in, it becomes smaller. But when it rains, you can see the green indicating the rainfall. Also, some water does flow in through these little arms of the small watershed for this lake, and so you can see some of this got refilled, as well as a lot of water moved in through the canal. So this is an interesting phenomenon that occurs after a drought. So we had a lot more water in 2021, it appears, and here we are flush with water, and that's a result of this. This is a result of a long buildup of carryover water and conservation, and so we get to a point where we get into a second or third dry year, and then we actually start eating into those carryover numbers, and we start to decline. And then we get over here, and we actually are wet, but all of that carryover is lost. And so what this reflects is actually all new year water. So again, what we're hoping we'll see over the next few years is kind of ramping back up and building up carryover supplies for future droughts.
Hey, Bob, the two banked, are those both with Irvine? The two banked? 544 and 544?
Yes. Yeah, and so that was called in 2022, if you recall. Groundwater production, again, very low this year, or this month in March for this year compared to the previous years. Will continue to be relatively low comparatively to the very dry years. Sales, again, drops off significantly this year for March. You can see last year, which was very dry, was 350 in March, and here we are a little over 100.
Bob, can I ask a question about those two dynamics? It's kind of a water business thing, but in other words, when you have your least expensive water is the ground pumping, and we want to lay off that and use the abundance of Lake Cachuma, and yet, when we have abundance, our sales go down, so we have to pay more per water. But is that pretty much evened out through the year that you plan ahead on that dynamic?
Well, to some degree, water supply decisions do consider finances, but it's a secondary consideration. So, for example, we'll look at the long-term recovery of a resource like the groundwater basin, and we'll say it's going to cost us more to lay off of groundwater, but we have to do it because we want to be prepared and in a good place when the next drought hits. And so it's sort of takes a little bit of a priority over the financial aspects.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, thank you.
Again, district sales over time, you can see sales are affected greatly by rainfall. You can see on the blue bars, these are rainfall events or quantities, I should say, in a given month. So you can see in January and February and March, significant rainfall occurred, and you can see the decline in water use during those events. M&I sales compared to our target and to the maximum expected is well below. You can see this orange line is tracking well below the target, so sales will come in well below what we targeted for this year. Agriculture made a correction, of course. Heavy rain has a major impact on irrigation, and so we saw that begin to happen in December and continue to happen, such that the cumulative target for ag is now below the cumulative sales for ag is now below the target. Lake Kachuma, we've talked about this. Spill condition occurred in February, and so it's been a 10-year gap here between the last spill and this spill, which is pretty unprecedented. Typically, we see it spill every 3 to 5 years. Statewide, looks like almost all of the state is out of what they call drought. There's a little bit of moderate drought area in here, but the yellow is abnormally dry, and the rest of the state isn't as far as the National Weather Service is not in drought. State reservoirs, the two big reservoirs of Northern California, Shasta and Oroville being the State Water Project and Shasta being the Central Valley Project reservoir, are higher than average at this time of year, and so we expect these will be probably hitting 100% as the snow melts off and refills those reservoirs. You saw the picture of San Luis Reservoir. It's in spill condition and basically full to the top, and so no more water can be added into that, and that's why we have Article 15 water. And then Kachuma, same thing, full. Casitas is not quite full, but it's come up significantly. I drive by that lake every day, and I'm amazed how quickly it's filled up. So hopefully that will hit the average, and then even up to the full mark by the end of the year. So rainfall in Carpinteria for this year is 160%. There's still a little bit of rainfall that could happen, 169% of date, but this is probably pretty close to the final number for the year. Same at Kachuma. Kachuma and Gibraltar are the two reservoirs we look for the San Ynez River watershed, and Kachuma's at 194 and Gibraltar's at 231%. So significant rainfall into that watershed, and the reason why the lake was refilled. Kachuma Reservoir, as we said, all three of the San Ynez River reservoirs are full and spilling. So that's it.
Thank you,
I'll
Bob.
answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, then we move on to item number 10 is canceled. We move on to item number 11, closed session item, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, government code section 54956.9 D2, Kachuma Operations and Maintenance Board. So we go into closed session.
My heart will beat, lover will always meet, here in my deep purple. Here in my deep purple dream.
on a sorrowful note, though by tomorrow you're gone. The song has ended, but as the songwriter wrote, the melody lingers on. They may take you from me, I'll miss your fond caress. But though they take you from me, I'll still possess the way you wear your hat, the way you sip your tea, the memory of all that. No, no, they can't take that away from me. The way your smile just beams, the way you sing off key, the way you haunt my dreams. No, no, they can't take that away from me. We may never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still I'll always, always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me. We may never, never meet again on the bumpy road to love. Still I'll always, always keep the memory of the way you hold your knife, the way we danced till 3, the way you changed my life. No, no, they can't take that away from me. No, they can't take that away from me.
And now the purple dusk of twilight time steals across the meadows of my heart. High up in the sky, the little stars climb, always reminding me that we're apart. You wander down the lane and far away, leaving me a song that will not die. Love is now the stardust of yesterday, the music of the years gone by. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song. The melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. But that was long ago, and now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall. When stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grew. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. Beside a garden wall, when stars are bright, you are in my arms. The nightingale tells his fairy tale of paradise where roses grew. Though I dream in vain, in my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain.
The sleepless nights, the daily fights, the quick toboggan when you reach the heights. I miss the kisses and I miss the bites. I wish I were in love again. The broken dates, the endless waits, the lovely loving and the hateful hates, the conversation with the flying plates. I wish I were in love again. No more pain, no more strain. Now I'm sane, but I would rather be gaga. The pulled out fur of cat and cur, the fine mismating of a him and her, I've learned my lesson, but I wish I were in love again. Wish I were in love again.
When all the world is a hopeless jumble and the raindrops tumble all around, heaven opens a magic lane. When all the clouds darken up the skyway, there's a rainbow highway to be found, leading from your window pane to a place behind the sun, just a step beyond the rain. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops way above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me, somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds on the rainbow, if happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh why can't I?
Recording in progress.
Okay, we're back in open session and there's no reportable action. Then we move on to item number 12, consider dates and items for the agenda for Carpinteria Valley Water District Board meeting on May 10, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Carpinteria City Hall, 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California. If there is none, then we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped.
Give me a song that's robust, feeling the way I am. Any old band'll go bust if it ain't got that jam. When nobody meets a body on the ballroom floor, then nobody asks a body what's a swing band for. Oh baby, I don't want you to groove soft and mellow. Let me warm you in that band. can have your sweet romance. Sing me a swing song and let me dance. Mr. Trombone, play some chords.